Hello. Okay, let's see whether I'm live or not. Okay, I am live. Hello. Hmm, I'm not audible. Okay, headphones. Hello. Yeah, at least now I'm audible. Let's check here in the YouTube. Hello. Hello. Yeah, this is also audible. Cool. Okay, what about kick? I'm also audible here. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, so in this, let me set some context here. Last time we were doing, I was doing some PHP, and today I'll just continue that journey. So the idea is to completely wrap up the PHP part this week and move on to Laravel next week. And after that, I'll come back to the JavaScript frameworks again. There's a project that I have in mind regarding the Remix one, um, which is basically refactoring 4 years old e-commerce app that I built. You can say that I built in practice for practicing, and that app is no longer working, so I'll just want to redo that in kind of like refactor it, bring it up to speed, and in the process I will have to redo it in Vite, React, and React Router, because that's where it is. Anyways, to set the context of this video, it will be going back to this thing where we were writing PHP. And here's the thing: last time I had help from one of the chat persons, so yeah, that's another thing. um I also have this up and running. At least the announcement has been done, and it's also there in Bluesky. Cool. So it's currently about 12:30 in the at night. Therefore, my voice will be like I am speaking right now. But since I am too close to the mic, I don't think it will be much of an issue. And there are certain changes. One, I'm now going to be using PHP Storm. That's one, which is something that I found. Basically, the license was with me, so I thought, why not just use this part rather than the VS Code. Second, I think there's a lot of issues in the way I've set up the app, so I won't be looking into that. That could be the topic of the third video, basically a refactor. In this video, the context, yeah. Now let's set up the context. So right now we have the home page, we have our login, we have our sign up. So our login is working just fine. So if I inspect and go to my this application, at least my login is working. That cookie has been expired. We didn't have the I didn't set up the process of refresh token, but it's here. If I log in, it will be logged in. Now I have the access token, and I have this, which is hard coded, but this is much better in terms of how it looks. So now what I'll do is I'll make this thing work, which is the search, pagination, and addition, right? Maybe I should also add a deletion for this. Yeah, let's do that. And I'll see if I start getting sleep. uh, if I start feeling sleepy, I'll just go back and sleep, but this should do it. So the idea is to complete this part today and protect the routes and things like that, and then tomorrow, if my laptop remains sane, I'll go ahead and refactor this PHP. Hopefully what will happen eventually, if I'm correct, it will turn out to be some sort of like a small framework of choice, and that will be it. Okay. Cool. So first thing first, we have our dashboard. Here I have my table. So let me just write it here. Table. It should be like so. Okay, I have my table. There's a form. Okay, here's a form. Here's a table. And then here's another form, which is um this is adding the new character. Okay, character add form. Cool. So also, if there is any sound that comes from my laptop, I'll try to see what can be done. So basically one of my fan is off, this one. So if anything happens to this fan, I'll try to close it up, and if that does not work, then I'll have to basically stop the stream and go away. Okay, so that's the entire plan. I think this much voice should be enough. Cool. So first thing first, uh, character addition. So now the question is, how should I do it? Basically, the primary objective was to make it as if I am building a React app where my view and my logic is on the same page. So that's basically what I'll be doing again. So at the top, I will have PHP and I will be closing it up. And then here I will be having two things. One, because I have now fundamentally two forms, therefore I will need input field of hidden to understand which one is what. So this will be my search form, right? Yes, so that's my search form, but I don't think this will be required because it is a method of get. So that's another thing. Okay. um and then we have a method of post. Okay, the okay, that's great. So let's start with the get form. Okay, so again, last time I looked into if the server of method request method equal get. So that's one which is anyways be getting, but if this is get, technically speaking, I should also have something called whatever the search is, followed by this is parameter for me. So it will be most likely request URI if I'm correct. So wait, I'm so if I have to know exactly, so basically what I want now at this point is I want to first implement the search, then I'll implement this, and we will check our DB, and then we'll implement this part. That's the logical plan. Okay. All right. So what I'm doing is I'll just write, I am building an app in PHP spaghetti spaghetti PHP. Let's see whether the spelling is correct or not. Google spaghetti code. I'm correct. I'll also write the same here just for the fun of it. Okay, so at this point, what I'll do is I'll start with this. So if I have this as a get, um, then I should also have, basically what I'll need is kind of like a request URL. So I will have a params, let's say that will be my server. It will be my request URI. If I'm correct, this is what it is actually said. And then let's die with this params and let's see what happens. So if I just do it, that's my dashboard. Now if I have like so, then no such stream on line index. Okay, that's another thing. Okay, so basically this is going back to my index. Okay, so technically it's coming here because this is where the current path is, and that makes sense. So I don't have to do it here. I can just remove it. I mean, I don't have to do it here. Let's see if this is my current path, then it should also be going like below if it's the same thing. So if I just do current path, it's not able to figure it out. So let's see, print r. Here we go. I think there's a issue with the settings. Where it is code style PHP. Where? Not here. There has to be code editing. No. Language and framework. Okay. Nope. Okay, so let's see, somewhere here it should be. Okay, let me just check. I mean, this should work. Let's see. Okay, it's line number 12. Okay, this much is fine. What I'll do at line number 12 is right here. So let's first say die, and let's do this. So at this point, I am with this part of search and Goku. So yes, this is where it is. What about the search params? Let's see, PHP search params, which is URL query. Okay. Yep. So this how you get it. It's also this query string contains the data. Okay. So what about path name? Path name PHP. You know what? Let's just console log this part first and see what happens. If I just do this, I'll do echo of pre. If I'm correct, this is how it used to be. And then I'll just simply say var dump, and that will be my server. Now if I just, yep, cool. So at least this is working fine. So what I need is, I need, well, first of all, this is my request URI. This is my path info, which is what I need, I guess. Not PHP self, and then this is a query string. Okay, so right here, maybe I should have path info. So at least then this will not go up, like this will not break. Okay, let's see. Now I want this to be .index.php. If this is my path info, this is my current path. What is this? Okay, so at least this is not breaking. This is not breaking, this is not breaking. Then what? Dashboard is here. Where is it breaking? So it's on line number 15 on the index. Line 15 here. So, okay, what is the issue? Require, no, you don't have to require this now. You just simply now have to require the current path, which is just dashboard. Okay. Let's run it again. Okay. Is it getting cached or what? Nope, it's not actually. Site data. That's weird. So it's not getting cached. Okay, so this is my base app path, which is src app. Then it goes to dashboard, which is this. And then it goes to index.php, which is this. Now, this part is just slash dashboard, which is what I'm doing. Okay, so okay, let's see what this actually makes. That's weird. What does this make? Yeah, that's exactly what I want. So is the current path being uh changed somewhere? Let's see. There's a header somewhere. So we have components and we have header. Okay, so now this is where the header is getting changed. So in the request URI, I don't need this header. Also, yep, I didn't need that header. Require again. This is working just fine. And this base path is getting styles. Okay, so what I can do is I can say base style path, that can be src styles. Makes sense, hopefully. And then I can remove this, then I will have an issue right here. No, that's not an issue. So where is my style sheet? Base path. So it wasn't even used, or what? Were we using somewhere? Nope, we were not using it anyways. So we can remove that. Let's go. Yeah, it's working just fine. Undefined array key path info. Okay, so if I am in my home page, then it's not going to work. That makes sense. So Hmm. Let's see if array keys exist path info in my server, then give me server path info, otherwise give me slash. I think this should do it. Yeah. Now this is on line number 12, which is right here. Now here I can now have current path, which I don't need to echo anymore. Now this works. So this is also working just fine. If I go to login, I'm back to this. And if I search for, let's say, Goku, I search, I should have it right here. Okay. Now here, rather than having this as this, I should have query string, which is params. And now I will just simply die with the params and see what happens. So now I have Goku as this. This can be, there was some sort of like an explode. Yep, I remember things now. So what explode does is, if I remember, there is a separator, then the string, then limit. Okay, so separator, what I want is equals, string is basically this, and this should give me an array. So if I die now with params and refresh, okay, wait, array is not able to die. So if I do pre var dump params, then echo pre, like so, now I have a search, then I have a Goku. Okay, I think basically what I need is the second part here. So if I exploded it like so, for this params, I first need to search for it. Let's see, PHP search params, get the value of specific key. Okay, oh, one more thing, this is me technically learning PHP as well, so it's not like I know PHP that much. um, Last time I worked on PHP was in 5.4 and 7.0 or 1 something, 4 5 years back, and that too was as a junior. So after that I just shifted to JavaScript. And yeah, in case you haven't watched my JavaScript tutorial, by all means go here. You will find, if I just show you, here we go. So one of my best video is, anyways, this is my stream stream, right? And one of my best video is this one. This was 3 years ago, the very first video I not the very first video, but it's the very first JavaScript related video I did. This is something that you guys can look. It's where I went deep into HTML and CSS. Cool. Alrighty. Sorry about that. So here we go. To get the value of the URL from the URL search params object in user get method. Okay, so we do have this URL search params there as well. Let's see. I didn't know. Okay, so that will be my query string first. Query string. Um, then I will have search params, and that will be new URL. There's no such thing as, I think this is hallucinating uh, a lot. Yeah, this is URL search params is a JavaScript thing. It's not PHP thing. Mhm. Query string. Value out of query string without key value pairs. Explode. Okay. Okay, so you can do this list thing. You can parse the following. Hmm. Okay, but I think there's another way rather than this doing this. If I know that my get will have, say, search, what about then? What is this now? Is it a value? Is it a value? Yeah, now it is a value. So I think this should be enough. So if I know this is my case, then I can get the search from here. I should also have HTML special chars like so. This does what exactly? Bit mask of one or more falling flags. Wait, it is, yeah. Uh, let's see. Yeah, there was a sanitization function as well. PHP sanitization query string. So we have, if you are running PHP, builder deprecated nursery of official documentation. Okay, which is not found for some reason. uh, this one, but still you should whitelist any parameters because a smart attacker could forge a query and attempt a CSRF attack. Okay, you first parse the string. Okay, use HTML entries to read this and decode the query string using HTML entity decode. Use parse str to extract the array of key values. Okay, first this, let's see. Then I mean, I'm not looking into much of the security for now, but we'll see where is the security part. More appropriate when you're going to output value. Okay, okay. I think these are very old ones. That is string 8.1 PHP. Okay. This is deprecated. Okay, don't try to send as input, escape output. URL encode is string, optional strip, and blah blah blah. Send as string, deprecated, use HTML special character instead. Okay, this is why it is this. Okay, string encodes. I think this was it. I should have encodes this one. So substitute HTML 401 double encode, encoding null. Certain characters have a special significance in HTML and should be represented by HTML entities. If they have to preserve their meaning. Uh, this function returns a string with these conversions made. If you require an input substring that have associated named entities to be translated, use HTML entities instead. Okay, I think this should be enough. Yeah, but only when this is set. Yeah, this should be enough. I think these are the things which actually makes blunder. So for example, I can do something like and Goku, and if I have direct search, I can have like this and do some sort of like drop table, let's say users, and can pass it, and this will be just supplied the entire thing, because if I do it, this entire thing comes here. And if I have a query, so the query will end here, whatever the query. For example, I will assume this is my value, so the query will end here, and then this will run. Okay, no issue. At least this much is enough. So this is my query. Now what I need to do is this particular thing, the data here, which is table, which is this, I should also have actions. I'll do the scope of column p60 py3 reformat only changes, rearrange code. Just run this for now. So now if I refresh, I have this action. That's cool. Now in the action, what I'll have is two buttons. One, let's say it's edit, and let's say another one is basically delete. This will be this whole thing. Cool. At least this is here. And here I'll say edit, which is going to be say bg green or bg, yeah, let's go with yellow 700. Text black, px of 3 no, 4, py of 2. Let's see how it looks first. Yeah, this looks fine. Maybe this can be 500. Yeah, this is much better. So now I will have it as rounded as well. I'll have the same style. Let's go same style here as well. This should be now red, and I should be enough. Maybe this can be now 700 and text black. Yeah, text white. Yeah, this is much better. So at least I have this much. So if I click on delete, it should be a form. If I do it, it should be a form. So this I'll wrap with the form of delete, and method will be post. No, method will be, yeah, it will be post. Input here will be of hidden, say name is going to be action, value here will be delete. If I'm correct, this is how you do it. Same I'll do here. Again, another form. It will go to edit. Let's, for now, another input for hidden, name will be action, value will be edit. So that's another one. When I am on this part, I should also have this ID. So I will have that ID. For now, just hard coded. And technically speaking, I don't need the edit. I should just have that ID like so, so that I understand that I am on the same page itself, and then I have to extract the data, at least for now. Okay. Okay. Now what? All right. Now let's open the table plus, which I don't have, DB Weaver. Okay. Okay. Let that open. Yeah, let that open. We'll see what we can do from here. Maybe I can just close this part. I do have a data source. So, one thing that I have to do is in my config, I have a DB. So if I go here, I should just remove this. There was an issue which we were facing, that there was a log file in WSL when the SQLite is actually run. So what I have to do is I have to first go to my projects. Here you will find there's an enemy DB data, right? This is linked with my internal data. So anytime I make changes, it will just cross. It's kind of like a symlink. That's what it is. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll connect my data source to SQLite. And this data source, because this PHP storm is running on Windows, so this data store will be it will go to C users, go dusting, go to projects. Here I will have AnimeDB right here. Now I will download it. I will test the connection. It works. Apply it. Then simply OK. And yeah. So now I should have tables, card, users, and so and so. And if I run, select, not this, from cards, and simply run, what I'll find is I have nothing, which is exactly what we wanted. Cool. So now I'll just close this. I'll also close this. This should remain open because I have nothing. So it will start with some sort of like a post, right? and this is my post, which is a method of post. I will enter something. I will then press on create, which is a submit. So I will also make sure that I have in my edit the action is going to remain on the dashboard itself, and the method will be post on edit, and this will be my value. So now here I will also have another hidden value, which will be say create. Then let it be for now. If my server request method, not this request method, equal post, then I have to make sure what is the action. So action, I will say stipl entities, let's say special characters. Here I will have post, it will be action, here it will be end quotes. Then I'll see if my action equal create, then I'll do something. If my action equal edit, then I'll do something else. If my action equal delete, then I'll do something else. Cool. Now if my action is this, so let's make it like so, print editing. Here I'll just write it as print deleting, and I'll write it here as the actual logic. So now I will be getting name, which will be special character of post name, and this will be again end quotes. Now I'm not sure what I'm doing, whether this is like preventing something or not in terms of blah 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 values or not, but I'll just do it right. So also, if I'm correct, there's also some sort of like trim, if I'm correct. Trim, yeah, let's put it like so. Same here, trim, make it like so, and then I will have anime equals trim. This is much better experience rather than what I was having last time in VS Code. So this will be my anime. It will be end quotes. Yeah, run it. Okay, so I have this and I have this. That makes sense. Now if I go to my DB, I have this video connection. Okay, more action, change dialect to project dialect is SQLite. Okay, cool. Now this is okay. I don't need this. Let's comment it out. This is my global thing, so I should have an access to here. What I'll do is basically I need SQL. So what I'll have is insert into, and that will be cards, and then it will be, let's see, name and anime. This is auto if I'm correct. Let's have structure, not this. This is integer, this is text not null. So I don't have the auto generation if I'm correct then. No. Okay. How to edit, edit. Not this. I want to edit the column. Modify a column. Yes. This is normal. This is generated store, generated virtual. This is normal. Auto increment, yes. Not null, yes. Okay, that makes sense. And also want to make it a primary key. Coalition, I don't care. Let's have primary key. This. Okay. This is primary key. You are creating a table. Okay. Then inserting it here. What is this? You create a table, select it from the cards. Yeah, just remove this part of it. Drop everything. Okay, this is fine, this is fine. So I simply want this thing to be modified and make it not, and this should be enough. Yes, yes, cool. Now if I just do it, it is here. Okay. Okay, cool. So anyways, right now this is my DB. So now what I'll do is I can just close this part. I will have here in my index, this is a card. So I can just simply have name, and let's see, name created at, which is a date time. So it should also be auto generated. Hopefully it is. Let's see, column date time, modify default expression is timestamp. Yeah, make it timestamp. Okay, if not, then make it time. Then what? Time. Okay, make it date. default X. Okay, data type is this. Mm, let's see. Timestamp should be fine. Yeah, okay. Timestamp is fine. Same I can do here as well. This is my primary key. This, if I modify, I can have this as timestamp. Okay. So this is my cards here, and then I will have values, and in the values I will simply have first is going to be name, second is going to be anime. So this is my SQL query. I'll prepare this SQL query using statement, which will be PDO, and this will be prepare. It will have my SQL. Then in my statement I will have bind param. Here I will bind name with whatever the name is. Then I will bind statement of bind params name of anime, and then whatever the anime is, and then finally I will execute it. Once I have executed, I will have cards here, which will be statement fetch all, and let's have this as fetch PDO fetch association array. And now I'll do the same pre this will be var dump, this will be cards. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I completely stopped the terminal. Cover this up. I am on the latest here. Okay, I can remove this part. All right, so now if I enter anything, let's say I can have Naruto, create. Okay. Ooh, column index out of range. Okay, line number 25. What? Line number 50. So it's default is there, so it's one and then it's another. Okay, so let's see what these two actually are. So I'll say print r, it's print of name, let's say anime, and print of name. Okay, Naruto is here, no issue. Then I'm saying insert into cards. Let's also see how I'm doing the registration, just file. Register. Yeah, replace it. Love PHP storm. Okay. Okay, we are checking errors, that's fine, that's another thing, but how am I doing it? Okay. Oh, makes sense. I don't have to do this. Okay, makes sense now. So I did this, and then what? You have this, then you execute. If it executes, then you are doing something cool. So you are doing this, I am executing, and then I'm having the fetch association. Hopefully now it should work. I should also check first if this is like anything or not. So what did we do? Here. Okay. So I can have like so. Same here I can have. And technically if action is nothing, then nothing will happen. Otherwise something will happen. I don't need to do this. I'm not trying to do any error validation for now in this. I just want to see what happens. Cool. Now at least it should be there. So let's check this out. We have our entry. Cool. So that's our first entry. The issue is I did the fetch all, but it had nothing. So how did we do it here? Okay, we did not. Are we not doing something? Nope. What about the login? We should be doing login. Yeah, just do this. Replace. Okay, replace. Cool. We are doing this. Then we are binding it. Then we are getting the fetch thing. Okay. So this is not actually doing anything at all. This is just empty array. So if this is executing, then I need to write another query to get that cards. Okay. So at the top, I will have a cards array. I will also have an errors array. I will also have a success string just for the sake of it. Then here I'll have this inside this, and if this is true, then I'll have another query where what I'll do is I'll have the whole thing in one go. So it will be prepare, it will be select from, this will be cards. Right now we are not having any sort of like uh, user based access for now, and not planning to do that either, but at least for now, not right now. Okay, cards. Then once I have the select part, which I have prepared, then I'll do the execute thing. Then I'll have fetch all. Is it not going to work? Okay, let's make this part as statement 2. Then let's make this as cards statement 2. This will be fetch all. No. I am doing this prepare bind. If it executes, right? So execute makes it a boolean. So there's nowhere to chain it. Makes sense. So now I'll do the execute part like this. Then I should have Then I should have this thing PDO Pesh association, which is a card. Then maybe if I do the echo one, which I had above, which I keep doing it again and again, there's a serious need for refactor this whole spaghetti code which I am making. Okay, oh, I anyways had that, so I don't have to do it here. If I have it, then I'll have it here. Let's do it again. And now I have to do Naruto's. Cool. So that makes sense. What I'll do is I'll have this here. I'll select this. I'll delete this. I'll save it. No, no, no. What I'll do now is okay. So I'll have basically I want to add a foreign key. Mm, let's first add this thing. It's not null. Okay, it's not null. Let's add it like so because you need at least one null. Then I'll delete it. Then I'll modify this column, make it not null because it cannot be null. Then I'll make a new. Where's a foreign key? Okay, modify the column, make it as a foreign key. Cards, yes. Column ID, target name. So let's see. No. This should be user ID. Cards ID. No, I think I'm making not making sense. So target table is users. Then I'm here. Column name is user ID. Yes, and this will be ID. So now ID is not null, which is cards. Name, user ID, which is an integer and it's not null. It has a constraint of card users ID FK, which is foreign references users. Uh, okay. Hopefully that makes sense. This user ID goes to user ID. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So now I have this user ID. So now what I'll do is I will also need to have a way of accessing the session token, because I'm not doing the this is going to be hectic. For now I'll just do 1 2 3 or something like that. Wait, so let's start with register. When I'm registering the things, I am getting a bunch of things right here, and then I'm redirecting it. Okay, then when I'm logging it, I'm getting this access token. The access token should have my user ID. Okay, so that's what I am going to look into, whether how should I have the user ID here. Okay, PHP JWT vanilla PHP vanilla PHP JWT token generation. Okay, that's too much of a big video without using third party. Okay, that's 9 years back. I have headers encoded, build, payload. Okay, this is my payload encoded. Then there's a secret, then this is this, and then this is my header encoded, payload encoded, signature, and this is a token. This is my base encoded function. I solved it. I did not realize that the signature itself needs to be base 64 encoded. In addition, I needed to set last option parameter of hash hmac function to draw output true. Okay. Okay. There are few libraries for implementing JSON web tokens in PHP, such as PHP JWT. I'm writing my own very small and simple class, but cannot figure out why my signature fails validation here. Even though I have tried to stick to standard, I have been trying for hours, I'm stuck. Okay, what is this validation? Okay, this site is like too old. Okay. Okay, this is hmac. I did not realize the signature itself needs to be base 64 encoded. Build the signature. Corrected. So now this also needs to be encoded. Oh, okay. So let's copy this whole thing. What I'll do is I'll create a function here. I'll create a function called inside the src, inside the labs. I'll have a function called jwt.php. Let's have a function which says uh, generate JWT. Okay, now much better. Then I can just copy and paste this thing. Basically, this is my header, which is fine. This is a function. This is a payload. So what I'll do is I'll pass the payload from above, which is going to be my payload of associative array. Then there's a secret, which I'll have from env. Let's have a env file. Here I can have a access token secret, which can be generated using OpenSSL. Read one more. So I will have two of them. One is for JWT, like this, and another for refresh token secret. Cool. Now if I have to load it, there is a way to load this, if I remember. uh, pretty sure. So what I'll do at the very top itself is we'll have env that will have some sort of like env. Pretty sure there was one env. There's a get env parts ini file. Let's make it env, and yeah, let's var dump this env first. Maybe we should do it on the index itself, not on the helper function, and let's see what happens. So if I do this, yeah, no, just do it like so. So yeah, so I do have the env dump, which I am passing, and I'll do the same here like so. This is my file name. uh, Hopefully this will work as well. Let's see if I just do it this way, and this is my file. In the register, not header, auth register index file, let's have this as generate JWT. We'll have some payload, who cares. Let's go here, call to function generate. Yeah, so there will be an issue in terms of function generation for me. So, okay, let's require that file. I will have it inside lib, then I will have it inside jwt.php. Fail to open stream. Okay, so okay. src lib jwt php. Hopefully this works. Okay, now that is working just great. So if that is the case, uncaught error. Okay, I will have a payload. I think this is not available. Okay, rather than echo, return me this token, and yes, you can just inline the variable. And now what I'll do is I'll have to call this part. It's a very quick dirty things. Refactor will happen later. I just want to finish things up first. So here we were doing, not here, I will have to do this part in login. At the top I'll require, then the access token here will no longer be this, it will be JWT. I will also have my secret pass from there, and if I'm correct it's string secret. Payload can be anything. This key should now be secret, which can be just like this, and this can be removed. The question is, this thing, rather than the secret, I think it should be uh, type. Now if this is type, then if then I will have a key which will be, by default it will be env, and that will be access token key. This will be my key by default. If by any chance type equal refresh token, then my key will become env, and this will be refresh token. Okay, my keyboard trackpad was also on, and this is enough. Now this can be like so. Cool. No, it's not undefined, it's right here. So pretty sure that this will, hmm. Okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Not PH. I'm not that, but PHP. Can we, for some reason, remove from space? Yeah. How to actually remove this thing? Hopefully, it's removed. Okay. No issue. So. Anyways, I'll see what's the issue here. Most likely, maybe I should also pass this. Who knows? And then I'll, rather than putting it here, what I'll do is I'll put it in my login at the top like this, and then I will have that extracted. And where is the access token? Is it only one place? Yep, it's only one place. So here I will have both of them. Can first go here, generate JWT. The payload will be basically my name. If it is verified, then it will be name. So rather than the DB pass, it's going to be from here. And I think I need to make the ID, and that should do the trick. For our small purpose, this should be enough. So from the result itself, which is this, I will have ID, and I will have ID. Here as well, I will have ID. So that's my ID, and this is my payload. Let's also have IAT, which is going to be expiry issued at, which will be date. Let's see. Date now PHP. Oh, I see. There is a now function if I'm correct. There's a format. PHP epoch time in millisecond. Time is in seconds. Is there a way to get it micro time? Okay. Short answer is milliseconds. I think you're confusing time and micro time on the other hand. Micro time, okay, returns a string separated by space. The first part is a fractional part of seconds. Part is integral part. Pass in true and to get the number. Micro time true into 100. This is milliseconds. Uh, okay. Let's see. PHP equivalent of JavaScript new date get time. Okay, then let's it be time and then expire. Oh, for some reason I just reverted back to um, JavaScript. So this is this, and then exp. This will be PHP add. So I think it should be enough to say this plus, I don't know, 3600. No, PHP add 1 hour to time. Convert time string to timestamp, which will be original, convert to timestamp. Then you add this. Okay. I think I'm doing it right. So this is generate payload, then it's access token, and then we are going to pass the env. Yeah, and I'll do the same here as well, except here I'll make it say 7 days. So it will be 86400 times 7, and this will be my refresh token. And hopefully everything else makes sense. Yeah, replace it with true, make it as true. This is without where updates all the table. Yeah, where id equals id. This is my prepare statement. Now I'll also make it statement bind params equals id. This will be result of id, and then I'm just going back. Cool. Okay, let's see whether this works or not. So let's go here. I am already this. So now I will go to my application. I don't have it. I'll refresh. Yeah, that is fine. Let's see. This is my JWT token. Two things I needed here. One is, okay, this is perfect. This is 17th Jan. This will be, oh boy. So it has to be, it will just go away within seconds. So this should be, this is my time. I'm making it like so. Okay, let's wait. So this will go away by, it should have already went away if I'm correct. I refresh it. That's weird. Yeah, this is weird. Why is it still available? Okay, let's see this time. Okay, chat GPT, this to IST. Okay, so this will go away in 1 hour. Fair enough. And then this will go away. Fab. So this is working fine. I want the same thing here. So this is my time issued at. Oh, okay. This is issued at. Yeah, that makes sense. No, then it's working just fine. I should just make sure this is this and this is just this. This is my access token. Good. Now I'll go back to this page, login again. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. So now I am here. Now it is giving me some crazy things. So at this point, I can just close these things. I can go back to my dashboard. At the top, I am being shown like this. So let's go and do this. Come here. I will not have anything. So let's see. Yeah, this is working fine. If I have it, then otherwise I don't have it, which is fine. But my main concern is this thing. I want it to be for uh, user ID, and that user ID will be from my access token. So now I have to decode the access token. Okay, let's see. I have this JWT create a similar decode function for this. ChatGPT will end a lot of careers, dude, mine included. Okay, so I should supply JWT an environment. It will explode the JWT into three parts. Then it will decode the JSON using base 64 this, and then payload, and then it will tell the secret. Based on the secret, if is set of type, and then if this is type is refresh token, okay, then it will be secret. Then it will have this hash recalculate the signature using hash hmac with the secret. If hash equals both, then it is returning, otherwise it will return this. Okay, this is fine. I will have to modify it a little bit. One modification will be that it should also take the type, the string of type, because I won't be having it within. And then this will be basically type. And this should be enough. So now at this point, I will have access token. Let's say what I'm getting a payload. Let's say user access token payload, and I will say decode JWT. This is asking me for the JWT. Okay, so I need to read the cookie. Okay, how to read the cookie in PHP, which is HTTP only. Oh, okay, makes sense. Okay, let's go and do that. So at this point, I'll also do this. My key name is access token. That's one. And maybe I should have access token equals this. Hopefully that makes sense. So I can have the whole thing like this with encodes. No need for this. Same I can do for okay, this will be my refresh token. No, access token is enough. If my access token is here, I'll pass the access token. Then I'll pass the access token type. Then I'll pass my env. env. And for that, I have to require src lib, not this. I have to require, not require. To env parse env. Makes sense. Now it should be like this. Then this is my access payload. Which I want to var dump with access token payload. But at this point, pretty sure I can do this. Access token payload equals id. But at this point, let's just return as well, because who knows. Okay, this is done. Now I'll do Naruto again, and this time let's make it Naruto Shippuden. Close function dashboard live call to undefined function decode JWT. Okay, src lib JWT. Do it again. Cool. So if I have to do it like this, so like so, if I'm correct. Yep. Yeah, that works. So now I'll just copy this, remove this, and copy this. So this is my user ID. If it exists, then it will be here. It should be this. Now refresh. Cool. Now I have it with the user ID, and this is much better. So now what I can do now is with this cards, I can loop the card. So to here, this is where I will loop through. So it will be PHP, and this will be for each cards as card, and I'll do the shorthand. Yeah, there's a shorthand, uh, and for each. Hopefully, it still works. I mean, this was a new rage back then when I was doing the PHP 7. Now, this will be, since I don't want, since I only want to echo, so this should be enough, and that will be card of name. No, card of, what is it? Yeah, ID. Let's call it that. So, uh, let's see. I mean, it's not like we are doing much. It's not. We'll see with the what happens in terms of security. Card is going to be anime. So now I'll just, yeah, run it. This works, and here's the edit value. When I click on this edit, when I delete on this edit, so for the delete also, we will have hidden, this will be my ID, and this will be my PHP cards card ID. So that's that. Let's do the same here. Edit ID, and here we go. Okay, that did not work, so I think it's this. Hmm. Okay, so that card will never work because that card is being coming from here. So I will have to, okay, once this is then generated, I guess I can have header with location to dashboard itself. Pretty sure this will get me some trouble, but we'll see. And then here I will have the table where the search will be basically equals to name, like, this will be whatever my query string is. So it will be name like this, or anime, like whatever the anime is. Then here I'll prepare the statement of bind param, which will be name. It will be this query string, and copy, paste, make the same with the anime, execute, get it here, which is my cards, which is right here, and then that should work. What is that? 25. General 25, line 13. Okay. Okay, I think it will be like this. Okay, let's see how to make a like video prepare statement. Pretty sure this will be different. Okay, makes sense. So after this, I will have to have video. Okay, this will be anime. Let's see. Why can't I use bind param? Why can't I use the bind param? Seems like PHP is not still favorite by for most people, but this is getting fun. Okay, you can use bind param, but there is an important difference between bind param video and that affects its usage in like query and direct value. Okay, okay, binds actual value immediately when you have a static value. Uh, okay, this won't work. Reference, but we modify it afterward. Okay. Okay, so let's go with this only. This I'll do. Let's see, search ram, search ram equals this. Hopefully this works. So let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Again, it's the same thing. So it's not going to execute. All right. Anime. Cool. Now it is just working fine. This is my array. So where am I doing the var dump somewhere? Here's the var dump. Here's the var dump. So this is 1, 2. I can remove this, make it like this. Just refresh, and this is my entire table. Cool. So now if I add few things, let's see. Goku, Dragon Ball Z. Here's a Goku. So if now I add Ichigo, Kuro, Saki, Hopefully the spelling is right. This is from bleach. Here's the bleach. Cool. Now, one thing that I would like to do is order by descending. Order by descending. Isn't it descending? Uh, Pretty sure it was descending. Order by descending. Let's see. Order descending. Yeah. So it will be order by ID descending. And I'll make this as like so. Hopefully this makes sense. Cool. So at least this is just working fine. How we made it work in the Next.js. Now we have to make it like pagination as well. So for the pagination, okay, once also let's try this. So if I say Naruto search, only Naruto is here, which is fine. If I say Goku, only Goku is here. If I say Ichigo, only this is here. If I say Shippuden, only Naruto is here. If I say Z, only Dragon Ball Z is here. If I say Bleach, only Bleach is here. So now our search is working just fine. How it used to work in our so-called XJS app. So this is fine. No issue there. I can add a bunch of things. There's an edit button. So what I want to do is when I click on edit, I want this to be filled with that edit data. And I also want that this should remain uh, like this should run. So now the complexity arises, right? Also when I say delete, then it should delete. So when I am creating a new one, it is getting hit. So this is fine. Now when I'm saying editing, this is where I will have again basically I need to click on this. It will be a get because let's see, when I press on this button it will be a get, so that this is not going to be a post. That post is going to be different. It will be a get and this will run, but now in the query string I won't have this. I will have action and ID. So I don't need, technically speaking, I don't need this action here. This much is fine for me to, this much is fine for me to extract the ID, because if it exists, then it exists, otherwise it does not. So now edit ID, let's do is this, it will be get and this will be ID. If it exists, then it exists, otherwise it does not exist at all. And this will also be in quotes. Now if the edit ID exists, so the only thing that will change is the statement. So that means let's see, if the edit ID exists, then I need to make sure first of all, if the edit ID doesn't this is me saying edit id doesn't exist, right? So I need to see how PHP actually works here. So for that, I'll do print. First is edit id, then it's going to be edit id. Okay, one is edit id, then it's going to be not edit id, then it's going to be not edit id. Okay, now let's see how PHP works. That is editing. I'm here. So this is 1, which means I don't have an edit id. Okay, that is bad. So what I'll do is I'll remove this. I will have verification, and this will be an array. It will be have edit id. That will be edit id. Then it will have edit id like so. That will be not edit id. Then it will have double edit id. That will be double edit id. This will close itself. Then I'll just simply var dump this thing to verification. Now I'll have it like so. Okay, let's also have this echo var dump. So edit id is this, then this is true and this is false. So this works fine. If I have it like so, then if the edit id is existing, this becomes false and this becomes true. Okay, so that means if edit id is not here, then I want, let's say, if edit id exists, right, I also want to have, let's have it as this pre-filled card details. I'm not good at naming, so here we go. I will have the same thing like this, where this is not required, where id equals this, id equals id, right? That's what we want from all the card. We will execute this. This will be my id and this will be my edit id. We will execute that part and bind that part. We will execute and then we will fetch the data. So let's go here. We will say execute and we will fetch the data into pre-filled card details, or let's say this form card details. No, edit data. So edit edit data is fine. Forget about the naming part, I'm bad at it. This will be edit data. Okay, so I will have that and then we will fetch this, and then here at the end in the input, what we'll do is we will also have value where we will say either it will be edit data, which will be name. Yeah, that should be doing the trick. So now I will have the same here in this, which will be edit data, and this will be anime. And if I have the edit data, so now I will open the PHP. I will echo if edit data exist. What is a length? There has to be a length function. uh, check array length, or if it's check if array, I think it's empty. Yeah, is set exists and whether it's empty. So it should be is set or empty, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, if this is its set and so and so. Alternative approach is this. So echo, if this is empty, basically if this is not empty, then array exists and not empty, then I'm edit. Otherwise I'm saying create. Hopefully this makes sense. So now do it like so. Go back, fresh, and undefined array key, undefined array key. Okay, let's see. Var dump edit data. So I do have ID, name, and anime. All right, not fetch all, it should be fetch only. Let's see now. So now I have an object, or basically it's an array. So now this should work. Yeah, now it is working just fine. Cool. So if I click on here, then I will be having this. If I click on here, I will be having this. If I click here, I will be having this. Now this is not a good, because every time I am clicking it, this is not being shown, and as this increase, that will happen. So what I'll do instead in terms of design is, here I will have these two forms side by side, and that is going to be another side. So I'll just do this, and this will have these right here. Cool. And this will have this. Let's see how it looks. Okay, that makes sense. I then don't need this. Yeah. Now I can have this as flex 1 and have this as flex 1. Can remove this w thing. This is fine. Now finally I can have gap of 6. Need more. Gap of 8. Yeah, that makes much more sense and still looks bad. What about 16? Like, yeah, this is good. Just justify center as well. Start of center as well. Yeah, this is better. So anytime I click here, this will be changing accordingly. Now this has to change as well, because we'll see why it is not changing. Just a little bit of modification in this particular table. So in the action, we have two forms, therefore it will be flex. Item center, gap 4. Much better. Now this working just fine. So technically speaking, also I don't need, since I am having that 1 to 3, it should be now ascending. This is not required, so do it again. This is fine. Okay. Okay, so what next? This has to be edit. Let's see if this is not empty, right? Okay, I'm just copying this, so it should be edit array, edit data, refresh. This is edit. If I simply, like, remove this part, come here, so now it will be undefined. Yes, so if this is not empty, I have to make, okay, so this will be like so. Same here, double question mark 1. This is much better. Now if I say create, okay, we have to validate whether this is happening or not. So but this will help us to have a delete one. Okay, so for the delete, what I have is an action of delete, and it's going to be a post with the value of id, which is fine. So now in this delete, all we have to do is to get the action is already here. We have to get this thing. Okay, we will get this thing, not name, but we will get the id part. Then we will get the access token part. Okay, we will also get the access token. Okay, then we will have this. Basically now we will have okay, if I am trying to edit where id is here, and I should also have this, should also have by id. No, okay, that makes sense, but this should also have my own data only. So where first user id equals what is the user id, so I will have to have this access token. Then this payload, I will decode it. Then maybe I should just, no, we'll do it later. So I will decode it, and here it will be user id. I'll bind that here as well. It's the same thing which we did in Next.js. So that's why a lot of people actually say that Next.js is like kind of this, but you will see the difference. Even I am experiencing the difference anyways, because Next.js experience is much more, how to put it, flexible, that the boundary between the client and the server is so seamless that there's a possibility of error for sure, but there's also the you can say the ease of having more interactiveness or more UI interactivity with having the data of fetching on the server, which is not possible here because there's no JavaScript that I'm using, right? Maybe in this app it is not required, but you get the idea. Okay, so this is what it will be. That's one. What is next? Okay, so I have to secure this thing every time. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. Here also I'll do the same thing. Then here also I have done the same thing, right? So I got this. Now I will have my statement of say 4. Then this will be video repair, and this will be delete from, what is the deletion? From cards where user, not this, where id equals id, right? And then it will be statement 4 dot bind param. This will be id, and this will be access token payload of id. And of course I'm not taking care of all the errors and things like that, try catch block. I'm just assuming every value will be there because I am just moving fast uh, for some sort of like refactor phase, which will be video 3, which I'm planning, and that will be the last video of this PHP series. After that I'll start the Laravel, which is something that I want to try, right? So this year is going to be a lot of different things. Basically I want to try PHP, I want to try Laravel, I already am a JavaScript developer, so basically I am an engineer in a sense who uses Next.js a lot. Therefore I also want to try Nest.js, I also want to try PHP, Laravel, what else, Golang. So these things are on my radar, and I want to deep dive into the backend because I'm mostly in not hands-on backend yet. Basically I know the backend because I did the backend for a long time, but then it's been a 3 years worth of break, if I'm correct. Break in a sense that I know exactly what to do, I just don't know how to do it in certain languages. Makes sense, hopefully. So now I will execute it, and that's it. So then it will be header, it will be location, and again it will be dashboard. Now if you remember, in the Next.js we have something called revalidate path and then redirect. I think this is what it is. So the revalidate part removes the cache. Here we don't have a cache. Header location, this is basically our saying redirect, and when we redirect, then the get happens. When the get happens, all this runs, then we have the latest data anyways because there's no caching here, right? In the development you do not have the caching in PHP. There is two types of caching, if I'm correct. There's a mem cache and there's a op cache. If you enable the op cache during the development, it how to put it, it makes your development experience worse because you need uncached behavior during the development. So that's why. Anyways, I don't have it installed, if I'm correct. Okay, so now let's go refresh, delete. Okay, failed to open the stream. All right, let's refresh. We will have to go here. It will again be the same thing, dashboard only. Come here only. Okay, refresh, delete, and it, okay, that's weird. Okay, I am doing the card ID. So what happened? Okay, let's see if I have to dump the var. Okay, this is 4. All right, so maybe I should have this available. Okay, one thing that I'll show you here, and then we'll fix this part, which is that when I'm doing delete, right, I'm getting certain things here. Whatever it is, I'm getting certain things here. So this is my action of delete. This is my card. of delete, auto delete. Okay, I'm looping, I'm deleting. This is my form, this is my form. Okay. mm, let's make this as type submit. Let's also make this as type submit, because, and let's also make this as type submit, so that's already there. So let's refresh. Let's see where this is going. In network tab it should be here. So if I click on here, dashboard, this is get, no, this is post dashboard. It says not found. Okay, what is this value? Okay, first remove that value first. um let's see, I do have the value of 4. The action is delete. I am going here. So now I will come to this part. Action is delete. Action is create, which I will not have it here. I think what is happening here is I don't have the action of create. Okay, no, I have the action of create. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Okay, here we go. That's weird. Hmm. All right. I mean, this is quite weird for some reason. Let's see. So if I have fetch doc and this, it says this is not post. What is my payload? Delete, review, response, nothing is here. So I am coming here for sure, and then I'm dumping. Okay, so let's do this. Let's return from here. No header location, no nothing. Okay, at least I am here, so this much is fine. This is exactly what is running, so no issue there. Then let's see this part, which is access token, access payload ID. Okay, this is also working fine. Then yeah, this will be it. So this is also working fine. We have that ID of int, which is my user ID. Okay, that's why that went away. So where user ID is this, where ID is ID, and this will be user ID. So this will be user ID, and user ID is this is the user ID. This is not required now. This will be this user ID. We can just have it like so. This is my params. I'll just have this as ID and this as ID. Now it should work. Yep. Now what I want to do is that I want to have one thing. I just want to show one thing rather than doing this, right? Rather than doing this, I'll just hard code the value right here. Okay. Let's say I have this value right here, which is ID like this, and let it be like so, because why not, right? I have this as this. Okay, this, hopefully this makes sense. So what I'll do is I'll have it outside. I'll say user ID like this, then I'll paste the user ID like this. Okay, so let's say I have it like this. Now I am not doing any sort of like production, like I am preparing it and I'm executing it. I'm not doing the bind param things. So what is happening is, I'll tell you why. Now I'll make you imagine what could be happening here, right? But for now, I'll just go here, go to my elements, go here. Let's say I'm a malicious user. I've noticed, okay, when I click here, you are actually doing this, which is this ID. Cool. So what I'll do is, in this value, apart from this, I'll also add something. So also, let's check this thing out first. Let's see what happens. So I'll add this. Here we go. I'll add this thing, go back. Then I'll say drop table. Let's say I have your knowledge. So I'll say drop table cards and colon. So this is my so-called value now. Now if I click on this, right, see what happened. Because of this characters thing, nothing should have happened here, right? So okay, let me just put it like so, make it a var dump and do it like this. Okay, I'll do the things again. Here I'll say this, then I'll say drop table cards and I'll make it like this, paste it here, and okay, I think I messed up again, so we'll have to do this. Make this part, let's say Naruto, make it Naruto create, so that at least we have one. So now it will be here 5 drop table cards, let's say delete. So now I have this and then I have this. So this thing will run regardless of your user. Then this should run. Then this should run and kind of like fail. So the question is, why is that not making sense? So if assume there is a query where the user ID is not being checked, right? Or assume that there's a query where by chance you have checked it before, then you have done and, then I'm hoping that this will actually, make sense, that this will blow up the entire table. So if I just refresh again, this should actually delete the table of cards entirely. Okay, so I'll remove this return thing, remove this thing as well. Let's do that. So do I have this or not? Okay, I have it again. What about users? Let's do it with users. Okay, I will not see it until I have a bunch of them. So let's go with this, ship it in. Then I will have Goku, Dragon Ball Z. Then I will have Yagami. This will be Death Note. Okay, now if I do with this, let's see whether it works or not. Drop table cards, drop table users, right? All of them, just drop them all. Delete. Okay, that did not work for sure. Okay, cool. So this is good. Now, if I don't have this either, I'm just saying give me this. Whatever is coming, just give me the ID. Then if I just remove it, I'll do the same here. Drop table users, drop table cards. Save this, delete it. Okay, this also doesn't work. So I think the normal way of doing things should be fine, but maybe I'm just messing things up. Maybe in post is it's not the case. So let's see. Let's okay. Because I'm preparing the statement, maybe it's already doing the work of bind and everything. Hopefully, yes. Because then I don't understand why the bind will be utilized. Yeah. Okay. So, what could be the reason why the table is not getting deleted? Let's see here if I am in my get, right? And I am saying whatever the query is, either that or that or that, something like that, where user ID and order by. So, if by any chance I am not doing uh, this prepare thing, like this, so let's say I'm doing it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not able to replicate this thing, but there's a reason why prepare is used, and that's to prevent XSS attacks, which is that this only. There has to be a way to replicate this. Maybe because my query has become so big, it's not the case. Okay, let's go here. Let's remove this thing. What I'll do is I'll search for something. Let's say I'm searching for Goku, which is not here. But after this, let's also say drop table users, which is not going to work. But what if I have it like this only? Query string. Just one should be enough. Okay. Now let's see. That is there. But what about users? Okay. They are also here. No issue there. Okay, PDO exception. Hmm. Okay, I think I understood it. It wasn't the prepare thing. There is something called PDO execute, and then you can have it something like this from cards, where let's say user ID equals whatever my access token payload is, which is user ID, and name like query string, and anime like query string. Let's also remove all this for now. Now let's refresh. It's still here just fine. So no idea what this was about, to be honest. There, I don't see the point of having uh, then I don't see the point of having the prepare, or maybe I'm not able to have better knowledge of it, because maybe this is preventing the entire thing again. So rather than having say query string, maybe if we have this, let's see, query string 2, let's have this directly, right? Query string 2, 2 and 2. Okay, let's go undefined, undefined, undefined. Now I think it actually worked. No, nothing worked. Okay. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's here. So if I now search for say Goku, search here, what I want is drop table users. It's not going to work. Hmm. What exactly is then the reason why we even have to prepare this thing? Why can't we just simply execute the things? Let's see the query. What exactly is it like executing? So it is saying select from cards where this like Goku drop. Okay, this is actually preventing it. So maybe it depends on the type of query. If I have name like query string, and let's not have this at all. So if I have a very simple query, and since we cannot know whether the query is simple or not, now if I have this, then if I go here, it is still there. Go here, go here, go here. Select from cards where user ID is 3 and name is incomplete input in. Okay. This is the query string. Okay, you're saying I should, it will be something bad. Okay, so how about Search Goku drop table users. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, hmm. Okay, it's not going to work for some reason. If I refresh. What about Naruto? Search for that part. Okay, if this is what I want, select from, I'm executing this thing. User ID is user ID, and this is my and. Okay, okay, what about this? Where name is this? Mm-hmm. Okay, that is not working at all. Hmm, which is funny. Not able to perform a simple check whether why are we even needing these things then if it's such a good security anyways. Like, what's the point of this? I read in the documentation, if I'm correct, or we used to have this prepared and all the those things, but then it does not make sense because technically speaking, it's not required. Or maybe I'm wrong. I just don't know. Who cares? Anyways, at this point, I can actually delete the things, so it's working fine. Now I should just add that part back so that we can edit it. Now, if I edit it, I am here. Let's paste it this. Now, when I click on it, it should have an edit thing. So at the end here, character add form, I'll make it as character add edit form. And here I will have create action, but rather than create, let's have like so. And this will be, this is empty, the same thing, I'll paste it right here with the echo, and this will be small, this will be small. Now it will also have an edit option, so when I click on it, it will go to my edit. This is my get, forget about that. This is my post, here I have create, and I will get the same things till this point and paste it in this edit. Then I will have the same things here. Let's make this part like this only. 4. Okay. This is going to be duplicate fragment. Name 2, name 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 5 5 5 5 5 5 and 2. Okay. Yeah, forget about this for now. Don't have to worry about the duplicate code fragments. So now what I'll do is, here I can have any of them. Then this will be not like so. It will be update table. Let's see, update command, update table name, set column. Okay, so update, it will be cards, set, it will be name equals name, because we will have both the values, and it will be anime equals anime, where user id equals user id, and this. So now we will have it maintained. This is here, this is here, and that should be it. All we have to do is this, like this, make it like 5, and that should be it. Let's check this out. So now I will have Shippudens, or let's make it as Naruto. Edit. Okay, wait, I will have this as deleted. Now I will have this as edit, make this as this, edit. Okay, integrity, we are not null constrained, cards name. Okay, so is it the case that this is not coming up? Okay, let's see, var dump name anime. Okay, refresh, violation 19, not null, 59. All right, where I'm even dumping, this will be right here. It will be 2, it will be 2. Oh crap, that makes sense. No need to do this. This will work now, and this becomes Naruto. If I make this as Goku and make this as Dragon Ball Z, just keep an eye on ID. It will be the same ID with Goku and Dragon Ball Z. So even our edit is working, and this is working. Now for the pagination, it's quite easy. Actually, we will, at the top, when we have our get, not here, we are getting our ID, right? Let's also have, this is not query string, this is our search string. So let me just put it like this. Right, make it as search string. Okay, so that's then here we will have something called page, and this will be the same special character. It will have the get of page, and this will be, basically it will be 0 1 if there's nothing. And here we go. So let's make it as a string of 1. Okay, now this page will be basically for our offset. So after order by, we'll have limit will be our what was the query, if I remember correctly? Let me see if I'm correct. It was code not this. uh, we had crash course. In our crash course of Next.js, we had dashboard and we had pagination. Apart from the pagination, we also had the page. In the page, we had the current page, and then we had the total pages, which fetches the card page. Okay, that's fine. Access token query, that's another thing. But this is a pagination. So we are trying to get the current page. Now we won't be able to do this part that easily. I think generate pagination is some sort of like with the total number of pages and blah blah blah. So what are we doing with the, where are we getting the page? Let's go with actions. uh so okay, page dashboard, we get the current page, we get the suspense user table, user cards form, we have the pagination, current page, makes sense, pagination arrow, yeah, current page -1, current page +1 is going to be next, and here's a pagination number which is creating the page, active page, blah blah blah. Yeah, so what I'll do is, there has to be a query. Okay, I completely forgot that query should be inside the search. Here, yep, here it is, because we are typing the page, handle the search. When I am doing the pagination, I'm clicking on page URL. So the search is happening here only. In the user cast table. Here it is. So this is my query. This is my offset, which is items per page. So let's go with three of them. So my offset will be basically, offset will be my current page. Let's see, current page -1 into, let's call it with 3. This should be enough. Now here we are like limit with the items of page. So where it is, limit here only, limit of 3, and offset of set, since it's a value that we are actually providing, so I think I can just ship it like this, right? Because I am the one who is calculating it. Not really. So have to have this offset as this only. Now I will bind this as well, bind params, make this offset of offset. Okay, so this will be that. Now in the pagination part, here's the pagination. Once the body is done, once the table is done, then I can have a pagination. For the pagination, I need a total count, which is like how many of them are total. So if this is a get, then I can have a total count. Basically, what's the total page? Total pages. That will be, let's say, 0. Now I will have a statement of, let's say, with 1. I will have a PDO of prepare. This will simply be from cards. That's it. Just make it a count. That's it. Nothing else. And execute it. Let's see. There should be a way. PDO get total result count. Oh, okay. So right here, I will have execute. Then I will have the total pages as statement 1 dot row count. Hopefully that makes sense. So this is my total page, and that will be available here. So let's dump that thing. Total pages. It's 0. No, this is not good. I want the count part. Yeah, this right here. So this right here will be fetch column. Now if I go back, refresh, it is 1, which is what we want. Okay, this is exactly what I wanted. Now this will be 1, therefore I can just yeah, I can just remove this part. Now I know how many of them are there, at least. So technically what I need is a PHP pagination. So for now I'll just take a help from ChatGPT again. PHP pagination design. Yeah, forget about the logic, just display the record. Okay, this is what I want. Ooh. Okay, we need this. Let's open the PHP itself. I'll refactor it later if required. First, let's see whether this works or not. Okay, so this is going to be total pages. That's 1. This is going to be, there's no page as in, okay, there's a page. So this will be page, probably undefined. No, it's there. Okay, that is page 1, which is also fine. This is going to be total like this, and I think this should be enough. convert this. Let's make it, yeah. Convert this fourth pagination UI to HTML template with PHP in between where required. Yeah, I don't need this part is enough. Let's see, this part we can remove. We can add it like this. This is enough. Pagination, we'll see what this pagination is. It's basically saying this has to be a flex, has to be a row, then items has to be center, justify center gap of 2. Okay, at least this much is fine. Now this will be like so, and this will be like this. Also, let's make the text here as white just in case. So this is my one page. There is nothing because this is not cool and this is not there, therefore it's nowhere here. Now this page item, what I'll do is page link. This will be to rounded bg red 700 text white. That's one. Let's go. Cool. At least this one is fine. uh okay, also let's make this as 4. This is weird. Why is that happening? Okay, that's weird. Hmm. Let's see. The section should have h of full. Hmm. There's something weird going on in this table height. Not this table. This height is not completely full. Hmm. Okay, so should also remove this overflow one. Okay, that's one. I think it's now good. So let's add few things. Let's add uh, Naruto Shippuden. Yes, now it's working fine. So now let's also add Light Yagami Death Note. Now let's add Ichigo Bleach. Okay, cool. So now it's saying if this is page 1, if this is page 2, if this is page 3, if this is page 4, this is previous. Cool. Now all I have to do is fix this thing. So at least this is working fine. I have to make sure that where it is, this thing is P of 4 and Py of 2. So that's one. Okay. So all I'm saying is from 1 till total page, go for it. And if the page number is greater than 0, greater than 1, then show the previous. The previous will also be like this only, except let's make this as yellow of 500 and make this as black. Same I'll do with the end one. Cool. So our pagination is also done. This total thing is wrong because I'm trying to fetch the column, which is not what the thing is. It should be divided by, for us it's 3. So if it's 4 divided by 3, it's 1 point something. Then this should be floor of this. So floor is not floor, it should be ceiling of this. Yeah. So now if I'm here, it is 1, it is 2. So let's say if I add a bunch of other things, let's say what was a bunch of few things more. Edward Elric, Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood, cool. Then I also have, say, what else? Onizuka, GTO. Let's also have L, Death Note. Now I have 3. If I have this, cool. So that's how it is doing. So it's kind of like working. I mean, in terms of design, we can have different things, but this entire thing is actually working just fine. One thing, yeah, thanks for the follow-up. Something just goes wrong in the kick always. Okay, so yeah, so one thing what I am going to do in this is this part. This part has to be, changed to log out. So in the header, if I go to header, hopefully this thing is like done. So if I go to my header components, header, okay, let's remove this. Here I have these pricing and things like that. This is login and this is it. Okay, so what I'll do is, if I am logged in, so it will be first of foremost a PHP, then it will be this, then it will be PHP, and it will be end if. I'll start the if here somewhere. If, okay, here I will say is logged in. Okay, we'll make sure what this is logged in is, and this is going to be simple. So technically it's going to be the same which we have in our app dashboard index, and we are doing this thing again and again. So okay, so I'll have this, except rather than this I will have exp, expiry time, and we'll make this thing exp. Okay, then I'll simply check if first, first of all I'll make the is logged in equals false. Okay, if access token is there, so first this, if access token is there, only then this is happening, otherwise this is not happening. So also at the top here, let's have this as env, as parse env file env. Okay, so here what will happen is I will get this access token. If this access token is here, then it will go here, otherwise this will not even go there. So it will be if not access token, right? If not, basically if this is existing, then this entire thing will happen. We can remove this part, we can remove this part, we can have this as formatted. All right, and in the expiry I will have to check whether this expiry is now or not, like greater than now or not. So if time, which is now, is less than whatever the expiry time is, I'll have it as is logged in equals to, and that should be it. So if I just go here, uncount, okay, so I also have to, like, let's say require src lib jwt, refresh. Here we are now. If I am, since I am like streaming since so long, this should have been let's see, this is still available. So now let's check whether what mistake I have made. Pretty sure it's just one of the two mistakes. So I am here, I'm going to get this. If this access token is present, I'm going to decode it, I'm going to get this thing. So let's dump this thing. Time is going to be time, not this, time, and expiry is going to be expiry time. Let's dump it, refresh. Here we go. Let's see. So time is this and expiry is this. So 37065, this is fine. So if the time is less than expiry, which is the case, is locked in is true. If is locked in, then I did that. So now I will have to say if this is not locked in, then this is the case. And if in the PHP, if this is locked in, so make it like this, remove this, come here, and if, then I'll simply have to have, basically I'll have this, make it like this, expand it out here. Let's call this as logout and make this as logout. So this also I'll have I think it's Lucid React. So let's go to Lucid React shell, not this icons, logout. Let's have this here, copy SVG, make this part as let's like this, and this is the logout. Cool. So I can just remove this and no need to dump anything here. And here we are. I can actually log out. Also, I should also have a dashboard page as well. So for that, I will have another li. Within that, I will have dashboard so that I can go there, and then same this thing I will have which I had when there was not logged in, which is this class, login class. So here we go, and let's make it as dashboard, which is going to be span, and let's check dashboard. Yeah, copy, here we go. Let's check this out. Here we are with the dashboard. So now if I click here, I will go to the dashboard previously declared in lib. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, this was one of the issues that came up in PHP. There was a way. Okay, check if function exists PHP. Here we go, function exists. So before we do anything, we will check if function exists, generate JWT. If that does not exist, like so, then we are going to define this thing. Same here. So if function does not exist of decode JWT, then we are going to define this thing. Let's make it like so, go back, refresh, here we are. So if I go back here, I can come here, go here, go here, here, here. And if I log out, it should actually log out. So for that, in the auth, since we don't have verify, let's make this part as logout. This will be logout. Technically speaking, when I say logout, I am going to go here. Let's see, auth, login, auth register, auth logout. So here I will have simple thing which will be if server request method equal post, then I'm allowed, otherwise I'm not allowed. And from this I need to clear the cookies. So PHP delete cookies. To create and set a cookie, you can use this. What about the delete cookie? To remove the cookie, okay, so let's just go and do this. So the name here will be access token, and another name will be refresh token. And this should be it. Then I should be having a header of location with this. So let's remove this, log out. Here we are. That's weird. I think this didn't work at all. Yep. Okay. Did not work. Hmm. Okay. That makes sense. So first I have to say if it's set, and that will be cookie. If this is access token, then I am unset whatever the cookie is, access token. Then I will do this thing. Okay. Which is nothing -1 this. Okay, now I'll just copy this, paste it, paste refresh token, and then here. Then I should just go to header. Hopefully yes. Okay, refresh. Here we are. Okay, one more thing. The problem is that it should be a form. So if I'm going there, yeah, that makes sense. So I think this completes our task. I'm here. I can add few things. I can have a pagination. I can have a search. I can have basically another search. uh, I can have better search. Then the pagination is also here, previous is also here, this is also here. And yeah, I can also create one. This is my dashboard, which takes me to dashboard. Let's say I have a search of Goku. I want to edit it. I can edit this thing. I can make this change to say dragon just ball. Edit. Here is the dragon ball. Okay, I think I just edited everything. So there's a issue there in the edit. Cool. Figure it out. I think that was good catch. So if edit ID. Yeah, of course, it will fail. Set this where user ID is this. Okay, where ID equals ID and user ID equals that. So now I will also have to have statement 5 bind param ID equals whatever the ID is coming from. So there should be one ID that is coming from somewhere when I'm editing, which is this is my edit data. So let's go at the top. Here I am getting my edit ID. This is my edit data, which is fetch. Okay. If my edit ID exists, then it has to be using this edit ID. Yes. And then I'm just getting the ID. So that means I will have another input here, which is going to be hidden. That will be edit ID. And the value here will be edit ID. So now when I'm going to submit, I will also have edit ID2, which will be the same of HTML params. This will be edit ID. ENT quotes. Here we go. And here it will be edit ID too. Okay, now what I'll do here is I'll edit it. I'll make this as C. One of them should have become Z. Cool. So now if I edit the 16th one, so let's make it Naruto. So the 16 one should be Naruto. Cool. So this is working fine. Logout is not logouting or logging us out, and this is it. I think this should be good enough for now. What I'll do is this is a complete disaster of a code. If you check this out, it's not maintainable, it's extremely repetitive, and this is kind of like a spaghetti code, all in and out. So this is what the PHP default experience is. If I'm correct, this is how the entire thing actually works if a new person has just went ahead and did it. So for my particular history, I started working on PHP back in 2018, and I did from 20, not 2018, it's 2019 March. So from 2019 March, which was PHP 5.4, to 2020 August. when the COVID wave was there, I worked on PHP. Then I took a sabbatical of at least 1 year. Didn't work anywhere, technically speaking, because it was a COVID period. I was trying to search for myself, like what I need to do and things like that. So uh, then I never looked back to PHP because I was working on WordPress. I was working on normal PHP like I did right now, and I was working on some Drupal and Code Igniter. And to be honest, I just hated it. I never got to work with one proper way of doing the PHP, like object oriented way, and two, uh, that you can say I didn't do the Laravel part at all. But I have heard a lot about Laravel, so that's the thing that will be trying next week onwards. So that's the entire aim. Okay, but tomorrow, and if my computer remains sane, what I'll do is I'll refactor this code and make kind of like a framework out of it, because this is bad, right? This entire thing is bad. Why can't we simply have three of them? Why can't we simply have a function out of it, right? So for example, just a glimpse, we should be having a function dot php file, let's say, and here I'll just open the PHP, and let's have a function called die, and this die will simply say echo, because we tried to use so many times this, right? And then it will have some sort of like value which it will echo, and then it will have pre, right? And then it will simply die. So within this die, let's have a value. It can be any value. Now since die is two times, so let's also have, we are print and die, so pd, pnt or pd. So it will print any value and it will die. Also, we can have this at the top. We can simply require this as functions.php. Okay, what about the router? We can also have some sort of like a router. So let's have routes.php, and here it will be, let's say, routes. We can have this as this, and this will be, let's say, controllers dot index.php. Then we have pricing, so it will be, let's say, controllers dot pricing dot php. Then we have contact, which we didn't make, so this will be controllers dot contact dot php. Then we had dashboard, so it can be dashboard controllers dot dashboard dot php. Then we have auth login, which is basically, say, controllers slash auth slash login dot php. Then we have register, which will be controllers dot auth register dot php. Then we have auth logout, which will be, let's say, controllers dot auth slash logout dot php, right? We can have it like this, and then we can simply export this routes somewhere, like we are doing something. So basically we will have a route to function. Let's have that as a function, say route to, or it can be just to, which takes URI, and then it takes the routes URI, whatever the routes is, then it simply requires, see, the incoming URI will be server URI, a server path name, which is what we were doing. And this will simply do, it will simply require whatever the routes is followed by URI, right? This makes sense. They require what? Okay, so sorry. So basically, we need to first check though. Uh, you know what? Let me just refactor things here. Initial refactor can be done here, and then we'll refactor the code tomorrow. That will be better. So let's say this route one. So we will say if array exists. Here we will say if in the URI, I mean if in the routes my key exists. This is the haystack. If you check, one is string, which is key, and second is the array. So if that exists, right, then I'm simply going to require this part like this, and I will simply return it. Okay, if that is not the case, let's also say abort, which will be taking the status. So let's abort with this particular status. Let's have another function called abort, which will take status, and let the default one be 404, and this will be http status. If I am correct, http something status was there. Am I wrong? Status, yeah, here it is. So this will be sending the status, and now I will simply require the controllers. Okay, this is not, this should work here. Yeah, PHP, whatever the status is, and then simply return. Hopefully that is making sense. Okay, missing return type declaration. Oh yeah, abort. So we are going to die. So this is going to be there, and yeah, this is PD, which is print and die, which is fine. Apart from this, we are also checking a bunch of times function URL is, right. We are checking a bunch of times whether server URI is that dash something. So incoming URL. So we'll do that. There's going to be some background noise, so I'm just going to pause this sound. Okay, background noise is gone. So this is going to be, let's say URL is or something, right? This will help us for that active thing, active link thing. Okay. Here at this point, now we can call that thing, which is route 2. Here we go. And we can pass our URI, and then we can pass our routes. For the URI, what I'll do is, there's a parse. There was a URL function. Yeah, here it is. I'll do server request URI. This will parse our so-called URI, and it will be path. Or you can simply do URI equals server path info, whatever you prefer. If I'm correct, whatever you prefer, that can be done. So this is my URL routes. Then this is my function. Yeah, here I can just remove everything from the index. I can have a require of a function. Then I can have a require of, say, db. So I will say, let's put the db in models dot database dot php. We'll see what it can be. Then this will be my routes. So anytime the index runs, the function will be loaded, database will be set up, and the routes will be performed. And there it will put us to one of the controllers. So now I will have a directory called models. I will also have a directory called controllers. In the model, I have a file called database.php, and this file will be my class. This is the first time that I'm using class, but I'm just now going fast through my memory. Okay, so if I'm correct, it will be better. So let's say there will be a private connection, then there will be a private uh, statement, and there will be public construct, public function construct. Yep, this will take string of host. It will also take string of, let's say, db name, and this will also take string of user. Now the reason why I am not taking the port is because for me it's not just host, it's Unix socket, or it can be Unix socket. So how to make it work? So for us, this construction thing is going to be in the src, in the config. Here it is, right? This is my connection. This right here is my connection, right? So what I'll do is, I'll let this part, this config at the top, refactor, make sense. I'll make this part of this db. Okay, and here I don't have to do all this shenanigans because we are using SQLite, and I'll just make it like this because this is my directory, whatever the directory I am in, which is this, right? And this is my db. So that's my dsn, right? So this is going to be my dsn. Make sense? And this will be my connection, is going to be new PDO with this DSN, like so. If I'm correct, that's what we did. Yeah. Now we can have this. If you don't want it, don't have it, doesn't matter. So this is my so-called connection, right? Let me just put it like so. Okay, this is construct. So the moment we create this thing, it will be this. property is only returned but never read. We'll read it later. And then I want some sort of like a public function of query. This will take a string of query. Okay, then this will simply have come on, statement of prepare. I mean, statement will be this dot connection dot prepare, and this will prepare the query. Now we are doing some sort of like an abstract things. Okay, then I'll simply return the query, this basically. Then I'll simply say now have a function which is going to execute, and this will take a bunch of params, because remember we can pass the params. So all those bind params, it's here. You can actually pass it, all those bind params here. So this will be this, and here it will be execute. So yeah, it will be execute, and you will pass the params like so, right? And then I'm going to again return this. Now I can have, let's say, one function which is fetch all, which is just fetch all, and whatever the statement is, just fetch all with which this, and this should simply be returning this part. Hopefully that makes sense, right, till this point. Now all I need is at this point I have these things, bunch of these things. Now at this point what I'll need is a config file. Let's say I need to pass, okay, we are doing this, right? So let's say this SQLite we want to pass, right? So this can be adapter, it will be basically string. Okay, then it will be for our case it will be path, right? Or it will be the host and things like that. So let's say URI. Okay, and there we can have a bunch of URIs, like it can be host, like the entire thing. You can imagine if it's MySQL, then it's MySQL. If it's Postgres, then Postgres, the entire later thing. So here we can have as adapter, and here we can have the URI. Then in here we can have a config file, basically a config, and we can require config.php. Let's say this will be here. Okay, one more thing, anytime we are doing without any slash, I think because everything is now loaded due to index, right? Everything is here, so everything is just index. So this directory becomes a path. So if any file is here, then that can be addressed directly. Okay, that's all. Now in the config, in the PHP, you can actually return just an array, if I am correct, right? If I remember correctly, this used to work, so we'll just test it out. So let's say there's a database, and here we have adapter, and this will be SQLite. What was it? Yes, SQLite. And then we'll have our URI, and let's make it this for us in here. Since we have this, so we can test it out. This is the best time to use our PD, and we'll pd this thing. Let's go back to our home page. Refresh. Here we are, right? So at least this is working. So we have a database, we have an adapter, and we have this entire thing where our path is, which is good. So now at this point, what we want to do is we want to have a db, which will be new database. Here we will have our config database, and here we will have our adapter, right? That's adapter, followed by config database, followed by URI. Okay, and this should kind of like work. So to test it out, let's have a cards, which will be db dot query. Here we will have select slash car from cards, right? This will be query. So yeah, query, then this will be execute. So we will have execution, then this will be fetch all, fetch association, and now let's say pd of cards. Let's see what happens. No such table cards in. Okay, okay, execute, you can actually have it, nothing, no params is required, but table is not available. So this is my okay, let's check this thing. pd config, so it's going to home project live anime, and it's going directly to anime. Okay, so yeah, right, because we actually became the root thing, so we can have it here. Yeah, overwrite it. Now if I do this, two. What is this? Okay, let's remove this PHP. Okay, all right, let's see, where is PHP ini? It is this file. Let's go. So what I'll do is nano config hard light bin PHP ini. Here I'll make memory limit of 4096 just for the sake of our purpose, M, which is 4 GB, and then close. Don't know why that happened, but let's see. Okay, this is a memory leak, then that is what is happening. Okay, so we can just, what we can do is delete this file because our code is anyways here. Delete it. Delete anyways. Okay, we will have this as deactivate and refresh. All right, this is different, so make it deactivate, remove data source. Yeah, remove it. Now we will have another db which is going to be anime cars.db, like this. In my database config, I will have it like this. Cool. So this will not work because this does not exist. What we also need to do is, I'll stop it. I'll say lns this thing. Okay, that is removed. Let's go to this idea. Remove the anime cars. Remove anime, doesn't work. So now inside the projects, let's have uh, anime cars.db. Then here let's have this. Cool. Now this is going to link there, and I just want to see whether this actually works or not. So we will figure it out even right now. So if I go here, run the PHP, yeah, so at least that actually worked. So if I say pd db, database is working fine. So what we can have is some sort of like a create commands. I guess we can have those things here. Let's see. So we can have, say, user SQL query. Anyways, so what I'll do is, so I mean, this is working, right? We'll figure it out. But once this is done, now inside the controller, all you have to do is create an index.php file which is our controller, right? And this controller will simply require, let's say, view.index.view.php. So there's a controller, there's a model, and then there will be view. Okay, we have to delete it. Yeah, it will be view, and within this view, let's have index.view.php. Okay, and this is where we will have our views. So within the view, we will also have something called partials, or like components. Let's have those components, right? These are like a small components. So one component will be our header. So if I go to src, I'll just drag it here, and I'll drag this as here as well, right? So this is our header and this is our footer. So this is our header and this is our footer. So in the index where I'm saying require this view, right? In this view, it will have require, basically it will require view dash components dash header. That's one requirement. Then it will also require view dash components dash footer, right? And then in between, it will do what we were doing here. So in this index, in between, we had this, right? So let's paste it like so. Now if I go here we are. Cool. So tomorrow I'll just tomorrow, maybe on Sunday, I'll refactor this whole thing, make it more modular, make it more, good looking, so that all other pages also work. Because now what is happening is, anytime we click on any link, the flow is not changed. The flow is extremely simple at this point, which is first come to the index, load all the functions, right? Helper functions. Then load connect a DB. So we are going to connect a DB which is inside the model, right? And then it's going to go for the routes. So load all the routes. And once you have loaded the routes, take the path and put it to route URI. Okay. In the routes, this is coming from the function. Here it checks whether this exists or not, and if it does, it just simply requires it. So in the route, this with this key, so here's the route, this key corresponds to this controller. So then we go to this controller where we simply require the so-called view. Then we go to view. In this view, we require the header, we require the footer, and we have this. Now, if we want to, let's say, pass this particular value from the controller, we can actually do that. So let's say here it is heading, we can have it like so, and then we can have subheading, let's see, this thing, and we can just have it like so. Because this is also connected there, we can have subheading like this, and here we can have heading like this, and reformat it, refresh it, this will work as well. Cool. So this is all it is. Now if assuming my user comes and clicks on, say, auth login, it will go to this page. Here it won't find it, so it will give error. Otherwise there we will, all the login, like say get and all those things can come here, while the view can only take care of the view, right? Only the view, the data can be passed like this. So that's what we are going to go and do just tomorrow. And yeah, in the header itself, we are doing these things, so we also don't need to do that. We can just remove this. In the index itself, we can have it like so at the very top. this JWT thing, which is inside the lib, we can have these functions cut from here within our function itself, like so. And since it's only going to be loaded once, we don't need this. Okay, because it's just going to be, this file will be loaded once, so this is no longer required. You can have it like this. Cool. And this is also not required, so this whole thing can we just let go. It's just going to be a view. The component is just a view, right? Of course it has path and things like that, which we can take care of later. Let's see whether it works or not. Yeah, it works. Cool. So see you tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Take care. It's been quite a good stream.